All right, Mr. Shashank, we'll call your case.
Okay.
So we're on the record in docket 25L2920592 and 25L2920591. That is the City of Lansing versus Shashank Shebraloo. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Shebraloo, and then you can correct my mispronunciation.
It's good. Like Shashank Shebraloo, it's a good.
So you are Shashank Shebraloo, is that correct?
Yeah, I am. Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Shebraloo has obtained a valid license, so the city would be moving to dismiss the failure to display ops count and then amending the improper lights count to an impeding traffic.
And then impeding traffic is not a point offense, and it comes with a $135 fine.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. All right, and Mr. Shebraloo, that's what your understanding is, that you'll be pleading the civil infraction or accepting responsibility for the civil infraction of impeding traffic, which comes with a $135 fine, and the people would be dismissing the failed to display license portion of that ticket per compliance. Is that your understanding, sir?
Yeah, I got it. I understand that.
All right, so I'm gonna. So you'll be admitting responsibility to activity on January 17th, 2025 at East Grand River in Wood Street in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. You admit responsibility for impeding traffic. Is that correct?
Yeah,
and how much do you need some time to pay that $135 fine?
Well, is there any kind of a timeline that I could have to pay in this kind of a time?
That's what we're trying to set up now. Do you need a week, 2 weeks? Yeah.
Like, is it okay? Can I pay in the month of April? Is that okay?
Yes. So I will have you. So the entire $135 fine should be paid by April 30th.
Yeah, that's got it. That's fine. Thank you.
All right. So April 30th, 2025 for the $135 fine to the city of Lansing. You can pay in line or by phone or in person at the counter on the 6th floor. That fine should be paid by April 30th. The entire fine should be paid by April 30th. So you can come in and make payments as long as it's all paid by April 30th. All right?
Yeah, got it.
If you don't, there'll be a show cause issued for you, and you'll get caught in that show cause cycle, and you want to avoid that.
Yep,
with that understanding, the failed to display is dismissed pursuant to the plea agreement. Anything else for the record in either one of these cases, 9-1 or 9-2, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Shebraloo, do you have any questions of me?
Not right now. Thank you very much.
Okay, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. You have a good day. Can I leave the room?
Yes, you can. Thank you. Mr. Goodrich, you're covering.
Yes, we are ready to proceed on both Gutowski and Hobbs.
Let's go on Gutowski. Mr. Staples, are you ready on Mark Gutowski?
Yep.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00182. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Mark Gutowski. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Staples.
Good morning, Your Honor. Matt Staples on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, filling in for John Lee today and representing Mr. Gutowski, who is standing to my right.
Sir, you are Mark Blair Gutowski, is that correct?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it is my understanding that Mr. Gutowski will be accepting the city's offer to plead to an amended charge of failure to report an accident. And that is 90 days and or $100,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
And with a plea to, that's the amended count one. That'll be the amended count one on this, or is this a ticket? So that would just be the single count. All right, so amended count one. And is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
And Mr. Staples, is there any restitution in this matter? Is the city looking for a refer to probation on this?
Yes, Your Honor, there is a potential of restitution.
All right. All right. So Mr. Goodrich may inquire of your client of his plea to the amended count one.
So, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So, sir, you are pleading to the potential of 90 days under $100 on this misdemeanor. I'm going to walk you through your jury trial rights in this matter, okay? You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty. To have witnesses against you appear at trial to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You're represented today by Attorney Luke Goodrich. He would be present, or somebody from the public defender's office would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to have the court-ordered witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we put on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial today, you'll be pleading guilty to the failure to report an accident misdemeanor, 90 days and or $100. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the failed to report an accident?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to January 6th, 2025 at the offense location of South King Boulevard at or near Dunlap Street in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you at King Boulevard, Dunlap Street in the city of Lansing, Ingham County on January 16th, 2025?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at that time, did you fail to report an accident pursuant to the law of the state of Michigan?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Why don't you tell me what happened?
I was going down MLK, going south. The man stopped or hit his brakes. I hit mine, he hit his brakes again. I went around, we clipped mirrors. And like an idiot, I went around the corner and kept going.
And you never reported it to LPD?
No, but they got my plate and I knew it. And the officer came to my house. I knew he was I was waiting for him.
And so it wasn't an accident. It was an accident.
It was an accident.
You knew you'd clicked
Yes,
mirrors
sir.
with them.
I did. Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made, and we will refer to probation to see if there may be some, it's really as to restitution. Yeah. So restitution, and then so on the 5th floor of this building, you'll go down all the way to the right and there's a probation department. They'll either set up a meeting to meet with you or they'll meet with you right then. I'm not sure what their schedule is,
Okay.
but they'll prepare a report for me, and then we'll see what options are available to us in sentencing. All right.
Sir.
All right. So we'll have a sentencing date of April 28th at 1:30. All right, Mr. Gutowski, you can go down and see probation, and they'll prepare a report for me on April 28th at 1:30. Anything else for the record in docket 25-00182, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Gutowski, we'll see you on that April 28th date. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, sir.
I'll walk him down here.
All right. Do you want the file?
When you still want?
I just got his number. I get his email.
I'll walk you.
And Mr. Goodrich, you said Mr. Hobbs?
Yes.
And Mr. Staples, are you ready to go on Mr. Hobbs?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03340 and the accompanying ticket of 24L2884151. That is people of the state of Michigan, people of the city of Lansing versus Willie Hobbs. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, filling in for John Lee today and representing Mr. Hobbs, who's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Willie Hobbs, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Hobbs has been able to present the city with proof of a valid Illinois license. So the city would be amending the no ops charge to a impeding traffic. And then Mr. Hobbs would be accepting responsibility for the speed 1 to 5.
So the no ops is being amended to the impeding traffic civil infraction. That's no points and $135 fine.
Correct, Your Honor.
And then there's admission as to the speeding infraction. Is that your understanding, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, in regards to this is just to make sure we're on the same page. For the ticket for conduct that occurred on November 4th, 2024 at South Pennsylvania and Edison, do you accept responsibility for your client being over the speed limit 1 to 5 miles an hour?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you admit responsibility for your client impeding traffic on that date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Does your client need some time to make, it's $135 for the impeding traffic, and then the speeding ticket would be
140, Your Honor.
140? All right, so altogether it's $275. Does your client need some time to make that payment?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request at least 60 days to get that done.
So let's make it, this is March 3rd.
May 2nd.
Yeah, let's do, so we'll make it May 2nd, 2025 to the city of Lansing. And that is for the $135, and then May 2nd to the city of Lansing for the $140. And Mr. Hobbs, that can be paid, that can be paid online, in person, or at the counter.
Yes, sir.
And it's so it's all due by May 2nd. You can make payments on that
Yes, sir.
up until May 2nd, as long as it's all paid by May 2nd. All right,
Yes,
sir?
sir.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24-03340 or the accompanying ticket of 24L2884151, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hobbs, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
I have a payment reminder for him that's printing.
Okay, they're gonna print off a little notice for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harries, are you ready to go on some items?
Yes, Your Honor, I am ready on Glazier and Jesus Mendoza. I do note it seems his name is wrong in our systems and the court systems. It should be Jesus Mendoza, not Mendoza Jesus. That's a 9:30 case.
All right. 9:30. And what's the other one you're ready on?
This is Mr. Glazier for 9 a.m.
9. Oh, I see that. All right, Mr. Staples, are you ready on Mr. Glazier? Yep. All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-03405. That is the City of Lansing versus Jonathan Glazier. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Glazier, Your Honor, who's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Jonathan Glazier, is that correct?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how we proceed now?
Your Honor, I will defer to Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Your Honor, we're going to be asking to have this set for final pretrial. My client is in the process of an appeal and a hearing with the Secretary of State and is also going to be participating in the driver's license restoration clinic to try and get his license status reinstated. We would ask to have this set for a final pretrial to allow time for that to happen, Your Honor.
Right, and that, I just saw that the driver's restoration, when is that set for?
I think it's March
Yes, March,
11th.
it's
So
March 11th. so
sometime
next week.
post that. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, yeah, and Your Honor, I would note, this has not, based at least on my records, been previously adjourned, so I think a normal adjournment would be
All right.
fine.
All right, so we'll adjourn this pretrial for the stated reasons. And we'll adjourn sometime, I think 30 days. Do you think 30 days would be sufficient?
That would be wonderful, Your Honor. We would appreciate it.
First thing.
All right. So we'll set it for March 31st at 9 a.m. All right, so we've adjourned this for final pretrial on March 31st at 9 a.m. Understanding that there is a license restoration coming up and some other compliance measures going on. Anything else for the record in 23-03405, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Glazier, we'll see you on March 31st at 9 a.m. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you want to
Final. Somebody is on.
Michael Jeffrey. Hello. Yeah, are you able to, what time did you get off today? So,
If it helps, I mean, I would.
like about 1.
Sure, yeah, okay.
On the board text, J24, would you please identify yourself?
Michael Jeffrey.
What's your name, sir, on the cell phone? By the way, we can hear everything you're saying in the courtroom.
Michael. Michael Jeffrey.
What's your name? What's
Michael
your name?
Michael Jeffrey.
Jeffries. Okay, Michael, you're here for your 9 o'clock?
Oh yeah, it was 9
All
o'clock.
right. No, it's 9:30. It's set for 9:30. And you are represented by the Public Defender's Office, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, stand by. We're gonna rename you, and because we've got you on the run, we've got you on the, let's see. Jeffries. And then Mr. Jeffries, I'll see if the public defender needs to meet with you. If not, we'll call your case immediately. We'll call your case when we're ready, okay?
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And you may want to mute or not talk because we can hear everything you're saying in the Zoom courtroom. All right, thank you. Sean, how are you?
Good, Your Honor, yourself?
Pretty good.
Won't go back on it, huh?
Morning.
Oh, morning.
Sorry about that. Good morning.
Morning. Who's this?
My name's James.
Like you, judge or public defender or anything?
No, I'm not.
Mr. Jeffries, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with your attorney, so follow the prompts, all right?
All right, thank you very much.
Everybody else who just joined Zoom will be with you as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Staples, where are we proceeding?
I believe we are ready on Ms. Lampier, Your Honor.
Tammy Lampier. Representing Ms. Lampier.
I'm grabbing them right now.
Okay.
Easter.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I meant Ms. Easterling. My apologies, Your Honor.
Oh, Mr. Easterling? Tammy Easterling.
Here's the police report.
That's the, is that the no contact? All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403-741. That is the City of Lansing versus Tammy Easterling. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Ms. Easterling, who is standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Tammy Lou Easterling, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial today. Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
Your Honor, I believe Ms. Easterling is going to be pleading no contest as charged.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor, and the reason for that was intoxication, lack of memory.
And so the ultimate penalty on the trespass ticket, if I remember correctly, is 30 days and or 100.
No,
I believe that is correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think that's, so the ultimate penalty is 30 days. It's the fine. I'm pretty sure it's 30 days. I think it's $100, but.
I think that's correct, Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire of your client of their misdemeanor jury trial rights, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So you have the following misdemeanor rights in this 30-day and or $100, ma'am, and I'll walk you through those. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, the questioning witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney Luke Goodrich, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you at trial by the people of the state of Michigan. Do you understand that, ma'am?
I think so.
Okay. So he'd be present, and you could have a trial if you want a trial.
You understand, if you do a no contest plea, there's not going to be a trial.
Right. Okay. All right. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, your no contest plea is accepted. You'll give up the claim. The no contest plea was a result of anything other than what we've stated on the record, with threats that it was not your choice to plead no contest. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from a no contest plea, because you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading no contest to the charge instead. Is it your wish today to plead no contest to the trespassing charge?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to raise your right. I don't have to swear you in for the no contest. Pursuant to stipulation, we're looking at, just so I know that I have the right factual basis for the no contest plea. It's case number 245191211. That is a Lansing Police Department report concerning the events of this matter. Is that what I'm using for the factual basis, Mr. Staples?
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Goodrich.
Yes, as long as it's the December 20th of 24 date.
Yes. Okay. All right. So this is for activity which occurred on December 20th at the CATA bus station on 420 South Grand Avenue in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan. There was that the person refused to leave the CATA station and was thereafter arrested for trespassing, and that she was talked about that they were asking her to leave, and that she returned to the building once asked to leave. So that was after according to the officers, after the third time requested. Is that accurate for the factual basis of staying once asked to once asked to remove, and I think there was a prior here, if I remember correctly. Is that my understanding, Mr. Staples, that does suffice for the factual basis on the no contest plea?
I believe it does, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, I find that the no contest plea and the police report provide an accurate factual basis for the no contest plea. So the no contest plea is made, and any objection to immediate sentencing, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So with that understanding, we'll go to immediate sentencing. So based on the no contest plea, there is a violation of trespassing. We'll go to the immediate sentencing. Mr. Goodrich, would you like to be heard on bond?
Yes.
I mean, on the sentencing
Yes, Your
allocution.
Honor. Your Honor, Ms. Easterling is a person who needs to use the bus. It is a major problem in her life when she is unable to. Her conduct in that evening was clearly, not acceptable, and she knows that. She doesn't remember it well. She knows she needs to, I think, avoid, the type of intoxication that leads to an incident like this. She is already basically had about over 2 months not being able to use the bus station, which is, like I said, greatly impacted her life. We would just ask the court to sentence her to a fine in this matter based on all the factors here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Goodrich. Ms. Easterling, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
Yes, I appreciate what you can do for me today, and I regret what I had done because I was intoxicated. I didn't remember. Keep coming back.
Right, so you understand now, that there may be a destructive element to alcohol that causes you not to remember.
Correct.
And then but I'm gonna set a fine. There's gonna be no jail along with this, okay? This is a 30-day misdemeanor, but I'll set a fine, a $50 fine. Crime victims' rights fee of $75, state fee of $50. So for a grand total of $175. Mr. Goodrich, does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing? I can set it out at that time period since we're not using probation.
Well, you pay $175.
As soon as I need to.
Do you have it in your pocket?
I don't know my pocket, but I have it.
The court's okay. Do you want to like a 30 days?
Mhm.
Okay, Your Honor, we have 30 days
Sure.
to make that.
All right, so it'll be 30 days out of. Okay. So we'll make it, the $175 to the city of Lansing is due by April 2nd. 2025, that'll give you a full 30 days. If you don't make that payment, you'll get in the show cause cycle, and you want to avoid that cycle. All right. All right, $175 to the city of Lansing. Anything else for the record in 2403741, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Ms. Easterling, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you. Do I dismiss? Wait.
Here's your paper. Okay, so that's kind of like your reminder what you owe. You're all done today. You just got to come in and get that paid off. Okay.
While I do the band. The band.
Well, the ban should be over. You don't have a no contact order. The ban that you showed me expired on February 3rd. Now, if you go there and they ask you to leave, you need to leave. You don't. Okay?
I need to leave.
I'm just saying, if they ask you to leave.
Okay.
Otherwise, it should be okay.
Mr. Chula's here as an attorney.
That one we could take care of pretty quickly, Your Honor. That's just going to be an adjournment.
All right, which case is that?
That is
Good morning, Your Honor.
for Jason Lilly.
Jason.
It's at 10:30.
Thank you, Jason. On that. All right. All right, Mr. Chula, we'll call that case, we'll call your case. We're on the record in docket 25-00351. That is people of the state of Michigan or people of the city of Lansing versus Jason Lilly. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Avis
Mr. Chula,
Oh, sorry, Judge. I didn't mean to jump ahead of you there.
you're all right.
Avis Cholag on behalf of Mr. Lilly. He is present via Zoom, as a assistant city attorney indicated. We exchanged a couple emails, probably a couple more talks. Hopefully we get this resolved. So an adjournment is fine with us as well.
All right. And sir, you are Jason Lilly, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You can hear me all right, Mr. Lilly?
Yes, sir.
Right. This time set for a city of Lansing pretrial. It's my understanding this is going to be a request for an adjournment.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. As both sides are still negotiating. And we'll reset it for, what's the time frame here?
I think 30 days gives us plenty of time to get this sorted out.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Shula?
Yeah, I'm sure we can get this done if the court's okay with Zoom again, just because I live on the east side of the state, if that's possible, Judge, or?
Absolutely, absolutely. So pretrial adjournment for 30 days.
Real quick, Your Honor,
Yes.
I will be traveling out of the country until April 3rd.
Until April the 7th, and it'll probably be after the 21st.
What are my date
Yeah,
options, Judge? I'm not in
But
a rush. I don't want to jam up.
there's no bond conditions.
Yeah, this is not,
But
you know,
it's a traffic. Yeah, I know I'm out till April 21st just because of surgery. So, and if you're out till April 7th, it'll be sometime after April 21st.
Thank you.
All right. So let's put it sometime when I come back.
April 21st at 9.
April 21st at 9 o'clock.
that works for me, 4/21, 9 AM on Zoom.
Yeah, but via Zoom's fine.
Thank you.
Jason, that's our new date. We'll be talking to you, Mr. Staples. Thank you for the time, and Your Honor, thank you for the courtesy.
All right, so April 21st at 9 o'clock. That's all for the record in 25-00351. We should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today, Mr. Shula, Mr. Lilly. Mr. Staples, I know where you're going to be.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome.
Bye.
All right. Have a miss. So let's go on Mr. Smith. Is that right, Brian Smith?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Staples, are you ready on Mr. Smith?
Yep.
All right. All right, so we're on the record and Mr. Smith, you want to come up here?
And Your Honor, would it be okay with the court if he takes a seat once he?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00009. That's people of the state of Michigan or people of the city of Lansing versus Brian Jeffrey Smith. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Mr. Staples?
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, stepping in today for Attorney John Lee on behalf of Mr. Smith, who is seated to my right.
And sir, you are Brian Jeffrey Smith, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding? Would you like to defer to Ms. Sutter?
I will defer, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. The city has extended an offer to plead to trespass here. I believe Mr. Smith wishes to consider that offer. I also believe that there is going to be a request for some additional information here. Mr. Smith has expressed to me that his desire at this time is just to be scheduled for a jury trial. I would ask the court to do that, perhaps set out a little bit longer than normal so that we can make those requests.
All right, so we'd set it for at least a final pretrial, maybe after April, because I think I'm not due back till April 21st after surgery. So
Understood, Your Honor.
So that would probably be after April 21st for the final pretrial, and then we'll do the jury trial date once we get the final pretrial date.
Understood, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so that, so we'll set it for final pretrial after the 21st.
After.
Yeah. That'll.
April.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Staples?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
April 28th at 8:30.
April 28th at 8:30 for the final pretrial. And then we'll set the jury trial accordingly after that. But let's just set it for final pretrial on April 28th at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So that'll be, Mr. Smith, that'll be live in person on the 6th floor, exactly like we are now, okay? All right. Anything else for the record in 25-00009, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Smith, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. You'll get notice of that April 28th date from my court officer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello, Your Honor.
From the iPhone too, would you please identify yourself? You're not identified.
My name is Mauricio Jose Quesada. Birthday is August 12th, 1997, sir.
Yeah, you're here for your 10 o'clock, Mr. Quesada?
Yes, I've been in the lobby, Your Honor.
All right. So you can stand by until we have a public defender talk to you, but I'll rename you, okay, sir? Because you're under the iPhone moniker.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm
So-
sorry. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No, that's all right.
And Your Honor, if Mr. Harris is prepared to go on several matters, I can join Zoom to talk to some of the other people there.
All right. Let's see. So,
Unless Mr. Harris would like me to focus on the folks in the quorum if he'd like to handle Zoom matters.
Ms. Sutter, if you let us know who you want to talk to.
Somebody, Mr. Casada.
Your Honor, while we're waiting, Mr. Lloyd Allen is here unrepresented. We're ready to go on.
All right, let's go on that. Mr. Lloyd Allen.
I believe we're gonna split forces, Your Honor. I'm gonna handle in person. Mr. James Harris is gonna handle online.
All right.
I'll have to look in a second. We're gonna.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 21-00654 with the accompanying tickets of 21 L26177852 and 21 L26358881. That is the City of Lansing versus Lloyd Allen. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And sir, you are Lloyd Allen, is that correct? Yes. All right, thank you. This time set for City of Lansing pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city and Mr. Allen have come to a resolution on the ticket for the 00654 and the accompanying civil infraction. The city would be amending the insurance under the insurance code to no proof of insurance. That is under MCL 257.328. That is a 0-point abstract offense. And then would be amending the registration or the unregistered vehicle to no plate under 257.255.
Now, which is that the 892 or 881? Driving unregistered.
I am trying to figure that out, Your Honor. The ticket itself.
See, one ticket is for March 2nd.
This would be the, yes, the March 2nd, 2021
All right.
ticket should have 2 counts. The other one should only have 1.
All right. So is it the March 2nd that you're amending the 892 ticket or the 892?
Yes, I
All right.
believe so, Your Honor.
So that would be amended to. So what's going on that one?
That is a no plate under
Okay.
257.255. That is a 0-point non-abstracting civil infraction. And both of those are going to be 135, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so that's on the, so those are both. So that amends count 2. On that one, count 1 is to be dismissed. On 21 L2617852, or is that part of the, they duplicate?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, it's very hard to tell because one ticket has 2 infractions and the other one has 1. So the goal is to just dismiss the one that only has 1, so it can just be gone away with. I believe that is 881, Your Honor.
881, okay, so dismissed.
Is a single count, and that would be dismissed.
Thank you. Oh, that was the same ticket. I see. Okay. So that's no amended, no plate on count 2, and then count 1 is amended as to no proof.
Yes, correct, Your Honor.
I got it. All right, so Mr. Allen, you are not represented by counsel today, but you understand you've had a talk, you've spoken to Mr. Staples. Both of these are to be amended to civil infractions. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
All right. They come with a fine of $135 each, and you're willing to accept responsibility to both civil infractions. Is that my understanding?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, so this is all on one, they turned a file in, but we know that this is for ticket L2617855 for activity which occurred on March 2nd, 2021 at Kavanaugh and Aurelius in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Do you admit responsibility to driving with no proof of insurance?
Yes.
And do you admit responsibility for having no plate on the vehicle at the time?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the bottom line is that comes with a $270 fee. Do you need some time to make that fee to the city of Lansing?
I can make a payment today.
Okay. What I'd probably do is set it out. So set it out and let you set up your own plan.
No
So if you want to set it today, you want to make some payment toward it today, as long as it's all paid by the out date. So for the $270, how much time do you think you'd need in order to make that entire payment?
30 days.
30 days?
30 days, I can have it done.
All right, so let's make it, that would be, let's make it after I come back. So April 21st. So the 135 on file 2100654 is $135 is due by April 21st. In the city of Lansing. And then the $135 would be due to the city of Lansing by that April 21st date on file 21L261785 All right, so you can set up, as long as it's all paid by April 21st, you can set up your own plan. All right, sir?
Thank you.
All right. And then we will dismiss per the plea of file 21L26358881. Anything else for the record on either of these tickets or the overlying file 21000654, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Allen? You should be all set. Thank you for your
Appreciate
appreciation.
it. Thank
Did you want to do it today?
you. Yeah, I would like.
Yeah.
I'll be out.
Okay, perfect. Do you looks like you have a valid license? You show me front and back.
You want to just make a part.
All right. And then let's see.
Simply no. Cancel.
Hello, Your Honor.
Mr. Casada, we're gonna call your case in a second, all right?
Yes, sir.
You'll
Alright.
probably meet with the public defender before we call your case, all right, sir?
Absolutely, yes, Your Honor.
All right.
You see the Michael Jeffries matter, you know.
Hello, anybody? Hey,
Hello, this is Mauricio Casada here.
Mr. Casada, we're still waiting, so we're gonna go into a hearing now, okay?
Okay, sir. You said that there's someone will be waiting for me in the lobby of the public defender. That's what I was just waiting for. Sorry, sir.
No, I'm gonna place you in a breakout room with your
Oh.
lawyer but that'll be all through Zoom.
Understood. Yes, sir. Heard.
Okay. All right, Mr. Staples, are you ready to proceed on Addis and Scruggs?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just have one more brief minute, we ran into a bit of an issue with some printers, stuff.
All right. Mr. Harris, did you want to meet with anybody in a breakout room? I have Mr. Casada, Mr. Maluma, and Mr. White, and Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Harris? I don't think you can hear me. Mr. Harris, can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me. What's this here? Somebody should tell Mr. Harris that. Mr. Harris, can you hear me? I don't think he's got audio. It's on mute. He's got audio, but there's, or our audio is not working. Maybe our audio is not. Mr. Harris, can you hear me?
Apologies, Your Honor, apologies.
All right. Did you want to meet with somebody in a breakout room?
Yes, Your Honor, if I could be put in a room with Mr. Jeffries, please.
All right. So, Mr. Jeffries, I'm gonna have you put in room 3. Ma'am, you're gonna have to remove because I can't hear. So, Mr. Jeffries, I'm gonna have you move to room 3. You'll get a prompt to go to room 3. And Mr. Harris, you'll also get a prompt to go to room 3.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Anna Jones in the post. Are you Anna Jones, ma'am?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. All right. Just identifying who's in the room. So you should be all, we'll be with you in just a second. I think we're gonna have a hearing, maybe, I don't know. But we'll be with you in a second.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I will put a note in that you paid.
All right, Ms. Jones, I can call your case of 24-01513. You're set for show cause today.
She's not.
And ma'am, the warrant was placed out for your arrest for your failure to pay $150 fine concerning loud music. You're in on something else, ma'am. What are you in on?
This is a very old ticket, so I'd be willing to amend it to impeding. This is from like 2015, I think.
Ms. Jones, you'll have to unmute.
Or
Okay.
21.
You're gonna have to move up to the microphone because I can't hear you. She hit on this.
You heard
Ms.
me
Jones,
on,
Ms. Jones. All right, Ms. Jones, what are you in jail for?
Okay.
you heard me on,
It's never under 2,000 prices.
I'm here.
It's only because 2017
Okay.
price.
And that is for,
Mike Chapman. Yeah,
on the case about the loud music.
yep.
So we already know on that.
Not his first appearance. Would
In the
amend
middle.
both, impeding.
You heard me on
That's
the case
right.
about him. I don't have
Okay,
anything
thank you.
left.
Dr. saying you were saying then.
No.
one.
So Ms. Jones, you're on a separate felony file, is that correct?
All you sentenced me here, I got
Right.
cases throughout. I got a assault throughout, 2 assaults throughout. No, I'm here on the door tester, malicious destruction of property. The one for,
That's on a different file, ma'am. This is just on you were fined $150 from the city of Lansing on this file, which this was a loud music ticket, and you pled to breach of the peace.
So it's gonna be at the.
okay, I've been here 6 months, sir, and how am I gonna pay if I'm in jail?
Right. All right. So let's adjourn this. We'll adjourn the show cause hearing because the defendant is incarcerated.
There's no way I can get credit for time served. I've been here 6 months.
This is a civil infraction, ma'am. So I just sentenced you to the $150 fine and you haven't paid it. And then they sent out a warrant request for you and you're in on a different matter. You're in on a different felony matter. So I'm just gonna wait until that felony matter is finished.
I'm supposed to be going to mental health court and rehab.
All right, I understand that probably is on another file, but I don't want you to sit on this file. So let's adjourn this. I'm going to quash the warrant. We're going to spend more money keeping this open than not, I think.
I think it's correct.
Yeah.
100%.
So I'm going to administratively close this file so you don't have to worry about this. You can worry about mental health court and your other files. You should be all set on this, ma'am.
Okay.
You're all set. Thank you. So much for that breach of the peace.
Right. Your Honor, we are ready on Mr. Hassan.
All right. Mr. Hassan.
He's been here for a minute.
Salim Hassan.
And then we're also going to be ready on Ms. Smith and Ms. Ruby.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03464. That is City of Lansing versus Salim Hassan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, the City of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Hassan, who's standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Salim Hassan, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. This is time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding defense will be asking for an adjournment so that Mr. Hassan can attend the licensing fair. So the city would have no objection to that, Your Honor.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
That is correct, Your Honor. When we were looking into his license status, as far as we're aware, and as far as he is aware, his license should be valid. He's paid all of his fees. He's paid the reinstatement fee. He has like his license still, and there should not be any holds on it. However, in the Secretary of State records, it's saying that it is canceled, and we also need to try and figure out what that means and what steps he needs to take, because
But
not entirely sure.
yeah, the Secretary of State may be able to answer some of your questions. The license restoration, everybody's there. So if you have a problem with any agency, or if something's come up where an agency has flagged you, you can go right there. You can walk right over and talk to that agency. That's what the license restoration's for, so that you can leave with a full license, which is a good idea. Okay, it's a good idea. I've been to it. People leave with their licenses. It's a good idea. If there's any holdup, you should at least come out knowing where the holdup is. All right. So that's the question, which is good news for us, because sometimes we don't know where the holdup is. All right. So we're looking for an adjournment. I will grant the adjournment. It'll be post March 12th, I think, is the license restoration. Is that correct?
It's the 11th.
The 11th?
Yes.
Okay. So sometime last week of
March 24th at 9:30.
So we'll set it for March 24th at 9:30. You can call the Secretary of State and have some of the answers there before you go in, but that's not a bad place if you have your full license back, or there's a holdup to getting your full license back. The key here is to get your license back. Anything else for the record in 2403-464, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hassan, you're all set. Thank you for your service.
Hello?
And then Mr. Mullima, we'll call your case in just a second. I'm calling some others.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
About Michael Jeffries, I've been waiting like an hour.
I'm going to call your case in just a second, Mr. Jeffries, as soon as
Call me, Mr. Jeffries.
you're ready on.
One moment, Your Honor. I just need to send him an email about
All right.
an offer now.
Let's go on Miss Sutters. Or are you ready, Miss Sutter?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay. I didn't know you would talk to Mr. Staples or not.
Oh, no, I'm all set.
And we're going on Miss Smith.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
You've also got the insurance.
Okay, you just, okay, all right, let me look at that. Just a second, we're doing another case right now, this gets very confusing.
Yeah, no, you said.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00100. That is Joanna Rose Smith, City of Lansing versus Joanna Smith. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the City of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, standing in for Attorney John Lee on behalf of Ms. Smith, who is standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Joanna Rose Smith, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is a time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Ms. Sutter?
I'll defer to Ms. Sutter, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. It appears as if the only hold on Ms. Smith's license right now is some outstanding fines. She's paid off over half of those, and I have referred her to the Road to Restoration Clinic that I'll be volunteering at next week to see if she can get some of those additional fines paid off. We'd be requesting an adjournment to allow her to do that if the court would grant that.
All right. And Mr. Staples, is that a fair statement? We're looking for compliance and we'd adjourn to after the March 11th date.
It is, Your Honor.
Can you confirm that document number? Because I have something.
I have 25-00100.
I have 24-03339.
There are two cases, Your Honor. One at 9 and one at 9:30.
Oh,
Oh, I missed that.
I did too.
My request is the same for both because they're the same charge, but
Oh, okay.
he is correct.
So there's two. Okay.
So that is, let me find the other one. Joanna Smith at 24-03339 and 25-00100.
Okay.
They're both no ops.
That's
Thank
correct.
you. I was confused.
All right. For good reason.
Yeah.
Let's stick with the March 24th theory at 9:30.
So March 24th.
March 24th at 9:30.
9:30. And then on file 24033339, with Mr. Staples from the city and Ms. Sutter from the defense, we'll also adjourn that file to March 24th at 9:30.
Thank you.
So, ma'am, both of those are after the license restoration clinic. I would guess that that they're going to look at least at the no ops, because you have a no ops on both files. It's going to be a money thing. All right. It's probably going to be a finances thing.
And
But
my understanding is that the Office of Financial Empowerment will be there again this year with
Right.
the grant to assist in some of those
right.
signs.
So that they may be able to help you in that regard, but depending on where you go there. But I will see you on March 24th at 9:30. All right, ma'am? All right. Thank you, Ms. Sutter.
Ms. Sutter?
Yes.
Ms. Smith also has a handicap parking ticket, it looks like, through our court that could throw a wrench into her problems at some point. It looks like it's $135.
And that's not,
I think
that's not a show cause or
it's
anything,
a
right? It's just an
civil.
outstanding.
Yeah, it's just like a
It's
civil
outstanding, but
outstanding.
sometimes it does weird
Right.
things to licensing.
Gotcha. And she is aware that there's an additional 385 to pay, 385.
Okay.
So that might be part of her math already, but
It-
Okay, I just wanted to let you know.
thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I don't know how person does that to
And
licensing.
then
Yeah, it's hard to figure out. I'm hoping to ask a lot of, I'm volunteering as an attorney there next week. I'm hoping to ask a lot of questions while.
You're going to be asking, I felt like a sponge there and I didn't know half of this stuff. A lot of it
Oh,
comes
it's
down to
remarkable.
finances.
I treat half of it like a training that I'm doing and half of it as a volunteer.
It's a good idea. It really is. And then Mr. Staples, I know you were getting bombarded from Mr. Harry's. So if you need to talk to anybody, just
no,
let
we're
me know.
good. We can get Ms. Ruiz out of here real
Okay.
quick.
All right.
And she's not technically represented by a public defender, Your Honor. However, I've acted as an intermediary
All right.
between the city and her thing.
You've been known to do that before.
I have been known.
He was wanting to know someone was on Zoom.
All right, Ms. Ruiz. Is it Ruiz or Reese?
Ruiz.
Okay.
Not that I,
I've seen it pronounced both ways.
yeah.
The way I grew up, it was Ruiz.
Yeah, me too. Not that I've seen.
Oh, all right. So we're on the record in docket 21-00009. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Tatiana Ruiz. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
And ma'am, you are Tatiana Ruiz, and you are pseudo represented by counsel Ms. Sutter. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for a city of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Ms. Ruiz has obtained a valid license. Given the age of the citation at matter, the city would be willing to amend the charge to an impeding civil infraction.
I think that's $150.
$135. Your Honor.
Each of the pieces, $150.
Yes.
And that's a fair statement, ma'am. You plan to admit to impeding traffic, which comes with a $135 fine.
Yes.
All right. All right. So I'm going to go back. This is just to make sure we're working from the same page.
Okay.
This is for LPD report of 205-191-3191. This is for activity which occurred on December 27th, 2020 at Jolly and Pleasant Grove in the city of Lansing. Do you admit responsibility, Mr. Ruiz, for impeding traffic on that date?
Yes.
All right. That comes without, that is abstracted without points, comes with a $135 fine. Ms. Ruiz, do you need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes.
About how long do you need?
Um.
And err on the side of making the payment, not looking for another. So if you need 30 days, let's do 60.
Yeah, please, if we could.
You want to do 60?
Yes.
Okay.
Just one to clarify the record, Your Honor, it is a non-abstracting.
Non-abstracted offense, right? There's no points associated, but
No points
Okay,
in
yeah.
non-abstracting, yes.
Wait a second.
All right, let's do May. So we'll make it May 2nd for the $135 fine to the city of Lansing. That can be paid in person, online, or by phone. And you have till May 2nd to make the entire payment of $135. So if you want to come in and pay a little bit before, you can make your own payment plan. All right. It just must all be paid by May 2nd. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right. Anything else for the record in 21-00009, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
You should be all set, Ms. Reeves. Do you have any questions of me?
No, I don't.
You're all set. Thank you
Thank
for your
you.
appearance.
Have a good one.
You too.
Mr. Maluma just sits there?
No, he's still on there.
Okay, it'll just be a dismissal, so we can call him.
All right.
Is that Mr. Maluma?
Yes, we should be ready on Mr. Maluma, Mr. Jeffries, and I believe.
Let's do Mr. Jeffries first, because I know he's been waiting.
Yeah.
And then we'll do Mr. Maluma. Thanks for stepping in, Ms. Sutter.
You're welcome. Good to see you.
Good to see you. All right. So, Mr. Jeffries, we'll call your case. You can join us. I know you've been waiting patiently. So we're on the record in docket 24 L2914371 and 372. That is the City of Lansing versus Michael Jeffries.
Yeah.
Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris, who is appearing on behalf of Mr. Jeffries, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Michael Jeffries, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Jeffries?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, Mr. Jeffries was able to provide some proofs finally for insurance and plates. So the city would be amending the 7-1 file to an impeding traffic civil infraction and dismissing the 7-2 file.
And
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
that is, Your Honor, and my client has indicated he would like to accept that offer.
So amending the 24L291437 file to impeding traffic, that comes with a $135 fine. And then the no insurance will be dismissed as part of negotiations. In compliance. All right. And Mr. Harris, you'll be accepting responsibility on the impeding traffic on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so this is for activity, it's a ticket 291437 for activity which occurred on December 11th, 2024 in Pennsylvania Avenue and Climax Street. It is alleged, do you accept responsibility for your client impeding traffic on that date?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll set it for a $135 fine to the City of Lansing. Mr. Harris, does your client need some time to make that payment?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Jeffries, how long would you need to make that payment?
Like 60 days.
All right.
We would request 60 days,
60
Your Honor.
days. So which is
May 2nd.
May 2nd. All right, so Mr. Jeffries, you have till May 2nd to make that payment to the City of Lansing for $135.
Yes, sir.
You can pay online, in person, or at the counter here on the 6th floor. As long as it's all paid by May 2nd, you should be good. You can pay it all before May 2nd or set up your own plan to get there and tell them to give them money for it. As long as it's all paid by May 2nd, you should be all set, sir, okay?
All right, thank you very much.
All right, anything else for the record in 24L291437 or 72, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today. You're all set, Mr. Jeffries.
All right, thank you very much.
Then we have Mr. Maluma.
Yes, we are, I believe we are ready on Mr. Maluma and Mr. White, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Maluma. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25L2918072 and 071. That is the City of Lansing versus Benbenu Maluma. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples,
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Bienvenu Maluma, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Bienvenu Maluma, is that correct?
No, it's Bienvenu Maluma.
Okay, Bienvenu Maluma?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Maluma?
Yes.
All right. All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I was provided proofs of insurance and registration by Mr. Harries from his client. And the city would move to dismiss at this point, as this is Mr. Maluma's first appearance.
And that's a fair statement, Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Maluma, we think both of these, this ticket is dismissed without prejudice on both tickets. There, it looks like one file was made for each ticket. That means that realistically, the city could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. I don't believe there'll be a reissue because this was made by the city. So it's dismissed without prejudice. Do you understand that, Mr. Maluma?
Okay. Do I have to pay? Will I get a ticket? Do I have to pay anything? Like
no, you don't have to pay anything.
Okay, I'm good. I'm dismissed.
You should be all set, sir. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right.
Okay. So that's all for the record in 25L2918071 and 72 for Mr. Maluma's file. And then you want to start calling we've got Mr. White's here.
Mr. White, Your Honor.
James White. And we have somebody else incarcerated. I don't know who that is. Sir, from the Ingham Jail Post Visit 3, could you please identify yourself?
My name is Omar Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, I think they have you in the wrong courtroom. You said, what's your first name, sir?
O-M-A-R.
Omar,
Omar?
O-M-A-R.
Where's Omar Rodriguez supposed to be?
Just not us.
All right, so Mr. Rodriguez, you're not on our schedule, but they have you in the room. So I think they're gonna move you to a room to meet with whatever meeting you're supposed to be in. But you're not on our schedule, all right, sir?
Thank you.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00184 and ticket 25L29161. That is the City of Lansing versus James White. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. White, who's appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And sir, you are James White, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. White?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. White says he has completed the necessary steps to obtain his license. As of the last Secretary of State we have from midweek last week, that is not true, but he says he did that on Friday of last week. So we would just be asking for a brief adjournment so that we can confirm his statements and move forward.
All right, so we're looking for a brief adjournment of the pretrial. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct. Mr. White emailed me on Friday regarding his payments of the tickets he had outstanding and the fact that he, as far as he was aware on the Secretary of State's website, isn't being indicated that he is valid. However, I understand Mr. Staples still needs to independently
Right.
confirm that with his office.
Yeah, and those come out weekly, but they're not, they have to be confirmed and up to date. All right, so Mr. White, we will reset this for confirmation purposes. I think we need 2 weeks.
All I got is March 24th. This is finished at 9:30.
All right, we'll set it for March 24th at 9:30 for file 2500184 and March 24th for 9:30 for the ticket of 25291961. You have that date, March 24th at 9:30, Mr. White?
Yes, sir.
All right. We have your last known address at the Rio Road address. Is that still a good address for you?
Rio Avenue, please.
Say it again.
Rio
Avenue. All right,
Rio Road.
perfect. All right. Anything else for the record in 2500184 or the accompanying ticket, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
You should be all set, Mr. White. We'll see you on March 24th at 9:30.
Thank you.
I believe, Your Honor, all we should have left is some failures to appeal.
How about Mr. Casada?
As far as I can tell, he was on the Zoom earlier. Before I got a chance to speak with him, it seems like he has dropped from the Zoom.
He went to room 3 for some reason.
Oh.
He's back.
Well, it may have been that he went there
All right. So do you
for me to speak with him,
All
but
right. So you need to speak with Mr.
Yeah.
Casada, and I don't know who the Samsung is. It's just
It's here. Mr. Casada's here.
So,
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Casada, I'm gonna put you in room 3 with Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm actually gonna put you in room 4, and I'm gonna put Mr. Harris in room 4, and then you can talk to your attorney, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
So you can move to room 4. I'll move Mr. Harris in room 4. On the Samsung, would you please identify yourself? On the Samsung cell, could you identify yourself? Sir, what's your name? You're putting on your seatbelt. What's your name putting on your seatbelt? Sir, can you hear me?
Take that as a no.
Yeah, I would take that as a no too. On the Samsung cell phone, can you please identify yourself? All right. Ask him what his name is. On the iPhone 2, can you please identify yourself?
Yeah, it's me, Mr. Casada, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna put you in room 4.
Yes, sir.
Let me put you in room 4.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's see. iPhone 2. Let me put you in room 4. Try that. You should get a prompt to go to room 4. All right. What's on the Samsung, his name?
I have not.
Gerald Rice. Gerald Rice.
Gerald Rice.
Yes. I had court at 10:30 and I'm so sorry. I'm at work and it totally slipped my mind.
All right. Well, you're about an hour and a half late, Mr. Rice, but Mr. Staples, do you want to call Mr. Rice's case? I think that's a traffic case.
It's an expired license.
Yes, it is.
Expired license, yes. His license is valid. We can take care of that one real
Okay,
quick.
perfect. All right, Mr. Rice, let's go ahead and call your case. We're on the record in 24L2908112. That is the City of Lansing versus Gerald Rice. And Mr. Rice, you're not really represented by attorney, but there's an attorney here. And so, Mr. Staples, your appearance for the record, and then And then if you want, Miss Sutter, and then you can tell me what we're doing on the case.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Miss Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public, or good afternoon, I think. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter. I believe Mr. Rice is a client of Mr. James Harry's of my office. So I'm
All right.
standing in on his behalf today.
All right. And sir, you are Gerald Rice, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Rice?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. This is time set for City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Mr. Rice has obtained a valid license, Your Honor, so the city would move to dismiss at this point.
And that's a fair statement, Ms. Sutter, on behalf of Ms. Harry.
It is certainly no objection.
All right, Mr. Rice, the city has moved to dismiss without prejudice based on your reaching compliance and getting a license. So you should be all set. It's dismissed without prejudice, which means the people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically, for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir?
Okay, thank you. Sorry about being late. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, anything else for the record in 24L2908112, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further.
You should be all set, Ms. Rice. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. All right, Mr. Casada, you can unmute on iPhone 2. We're on the record in docket 25-00162. That is City of Lansing versus Mauricio Casada. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Casada, who's appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Mauricio Jose Casada, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Casada?
I can hear you clearly. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I will defer to Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Your Honor, Mr. Casada has made substantial progress in getting his fines here and in 54B paid off. He indicates he should be able to have them paid off, have the rest of them paid off in the next 30 days. So we'd be requesting the court set this pretrial out about 30 days so that he can attempt compliance.
Plans 30 days. Let's do the April 21st. 2 weeks isn't going to cut it.
4 weeks. Where do you want to go?
I don't know, that's less than 4 weeks.
You ready to go?
So I've got 4 weeks or 7 weeks.
Let's say, let's just do the April, Your Honor.
Yeah, that seems.
We've come back one time and
Yeah,
it's
I
not
think
sufficient at that point.
I agree. Let's make it the April. So the April, whatever.
April 21st at 9.
April 21st at 9 o'clock. So, Mr. Casada, we've set this for pretrial on April 21st at 9 o'clock to coincide with the court schedule. So you'll be over 30 days out on April 21st. You may want to think about if you're having trouble with the fine, you may want to think about going to the well, some of them are 55th, but I don't think it matters. Does it for the restoration?
It has a table at the license restoration.
Okay. So you might want to go to the license restoration clinic on the 11th. You can figure out all the fines owed, and then there may be some financial assistance there. All right, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you so much for that.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 25-00162? We reset it for April 21st at 9 o'clock. Mr. Staples.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
No, Your Honor.
You should be all set, sir. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
You too.
Bye-bye.
2735, that's people of the state of Michigan, or people of the city of Lansing versus Jimmy Clark. This was set for show cause at 11 o'clock. It is now 12:20. I do not see Mr. Clark in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or hallway. It would appear that defendant has failed to appear for show cause, and a bench warrant and bond forfeiture will be issued.
This is also saying that Judge Simmons is the judge of record.
Yeah, I've got Simmons as a judge of record also. 1902735. I have. Yeah, I have this as. Six, seven. That's the city of Lansing versus Andrew Bishop. This is set for show cause. In a file that I took, it's $150 fine. This was set for 11 o'clock. It is now 12:22. And a bench warrant and bond forfeiture is issued for the non-appearance of Bishop at the show cause hearing. I do not see Andrew Bishop in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. And this started out as an assault and battery. So I will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture for the fail to appear today for the show cause. That's all for the record, 24-0-1167.
first?
All three individuals, I believe, are here and ready to go, so I'll leave it to you, Your Honor.
All right, let's go on Gabriel Bennett. That's the first case up. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403171. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Gabriel Bennett. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And sir, you are Gabriel Bennett, is that correct?
Yes, Gabriel, excuse me.
This is the time set for a sentencing in the matter. And the Mr. Bennett, have you had the opportunity to go through, you are not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so have you had the opportunity to see the pre-sentence report?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any additions, deletions, or corrections to the report?
No.
Sure. Is there any restitution on this matter, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
So I'll allow you to speak, Mr. Staples, to speak allocution after allocution, Mr. Bennett, about sentencing. So what do you have to say about sentencing today?
Nothing.
No, not that you saw the pre-sentence report. So that's a recommendation to me. So did you like the report? What did you think of it?
All things considered, I thought that wasn't a terrible plan.
Okay, you thought it was you thought it was a fair plan? All right. All right. All right. And Mr. Staples, did you have the opportunity to see the report?
I did, Your Honor.
Any allocution on this?
No, Your Honor, we feel the recommendation of probation is appropriate and would leave it to the discretion of the court.
All right. All right, so this is for conduct which was pled to on January 6th. It looks like the reckless driving comes from January 6th. I've had the opportunity to see the pre-sentence report. I thought it was a fair report also. I didn't see anything that stuck out to me in regards to the report. So this is for the reckless driving. I'm going to set fines and costs. Fines at $200. Cost of $200. Crime victims' rights fee of $75. State minimum court cost fee of $50. And then a probationary for 30. I'm going to put you on probation for 6 months. $30 per month at $180. So this can be paid over the 6 month time at. I'll give you a grand total here. So it'll be $705 to be paid over 6 months. Probation for 6 months, abide by terms of probation, pay fees of $30 per month. No assaultive or threatening behavior, no use of possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance without a prescription. Submit to random PBTs and/or urinalysis as directed and pay fees. Complete following rehabilitative services, pay fees, and provide proof of completion to the court. The only one I'm ordering is the decision-based driving on level 2. Okay, that's the only one I'm ordering. Not purchase or possess firearms, ammunitions, or weapons of any kind, and obtain and maintain employment if that becomes an issue. So really, the only thing that you have to look to for the probation is 6 months probation, and you can apply after 3 months if you've done everything. You can tell your probation agent to see if you can do half the time. Okay, I usually look from the probation agent because the probation agent usually says like he's done half the time and he's good, and so there doesn't have to be a formal motion set. But that's always an opportunity if everything's done by 3 months. The only thing is, and you were pretty candid at the plea concerning the silliness of some of the conduct concerning reckless driving. So understand that there's consequences to this. But the decision-based driving on level 2, I think that going to the class can't hurt, right? Can't hurt. All right. Anything else towards the record in docket 2403171, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bennett, do you have any questions to me concerning the judgment of sentence? I'm assuming your probation agent is going to be Jody Bayless, and you can go down to the 5th floor and just make sure you guys are on the same page, like, you know, when she wants you to report things of that nature. If that all said, I will go ahead and sign this. 3-3. You think it's 3-4. And Mr. Bennett, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Here's Mr. Bennett. You want to walk him down? And then we have Isla Home. I think that's Mr. Foldy's client.
Jeff Foldy on behalf of Ms. Holm.
Thank you. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402-698. Mr. Foldy's made his appearance for the record. Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
All right, and then ma'am, you are Isla Home, is that correct?
Yes.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Home?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a sentence in the matter. Mr. Staples, is there any restitution on this matter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Foldy, you've had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence with your client, Ms. Home.
Yes, no amendments, deletions, or corrections, Judge.
Thank you. All right, now allocution, Mr. Foldy.
Briefly, Your Honor, I've talked to my client about the PSI that was finished. We think it's fair. Judge, this is really a strange circumstance, you know, not taking away my client's responsibility. It all adds up to what she pled to, but I mean, this was really her sitting in a car waiting for a friend to pick her up and engage the vehicle, and it backed up and struck something, and that caused an accident. So, you know, I'm just going to leave it at that, Judge. I think she's learned a valuable lesson here. The report in and of itself, she's clearly indicated that she thinks that the counseling would do her some good. So at an early stage in life, I think that she recognizes this as a positive rather than a negative, although we wish we could traverse life in a simpler way, but here we stand. So with that, I would leave it to Ayla if she has anything to say.
All right. Ms. Holm, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence? Okay. Well, I think your attorney spoke eloquently on your behalf. Mr. Staples, is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of the city of Lansing?
No, Your Honor, we would leave it to the court's discretion.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Holm, I can't say, this is one thing I've learned about district court, and I knew it when I practiced in it, and then I had the opportunity to put on this robe, and I've been involved in this for 4 years, but I practiced here in 16 years. We don't help everybody, okay? But we can help everybody, okay? And some of it's up to the person. This seems to be an unfortunate situation that occurred, but you're so young. Okay, I know that's coming from a guy. I know I look young, but you know, being in my 60s, I have to tell you that you're so young, and you've got so you need to decide some decisions. I'm not worried about you on probation now, and that's going to be the tenure. I think this is a fair report. I'm worried about Isla Home 6 years from now when I don't have any probation, and you've got to make good decisions based on your own decision making, and that's really what when we want you to make good decisions. Okay, so you don't end up here. So use whatever tools we have to help you with that, to help your decision making. I'm gonna set. So this is for conduct that was I think this was a guilty plea to the misdemeanor under 21 BAC.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. And this comes, so I'm going to suspend any days in jail. And then any further days will just be subject to probation. We'll look at it after it comes. I don't expect anything, okay? The fines and costs are $100 fine, $100 costs. Crime victims' rights fee of $75, state minimum court cost of $50, and I'm placing on probation for 6 months at $30 a month. So I'll get you a full total of that. So that's 505. Probation is set for 6 months at $30 a month. No assaultive or threatening behavior, no use of possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance without a prescription. No, submit to random PBTs and or urinalysis as directed by your probation officer. And your probation officer in this is going to be Joe Sumter. So he's pretty fair about, I mean, he's a pretty fair guy. No bars or nightclubs. I will allow for work. Okay, so you're allowed to work, but it's just a bad idea to have you on probation in bars and nightclubs, because that makes you responsible for others' behavior. Of course, you're responsible for your employer, so if you're working, but if you're responsible for others' behavior, it just puts us in non-position. All right. I'm going to have you complete following rehabilitative services, pay fees, and provide proof of completion to the court. That is substance abuse education. You should complete that. Attend the victim impact panel with 90-day verification. This is why I think that that's so important. And we order it sometimes we don't. I think that others could benefit from your story. Okay, this is kind of a different fact pattern, and that's to show anybody that it could happen to anybody. All right, that you can either get involved in the system and you can be a victim of getting involved in the system just by making decisions or accidents that happen to you. And I think that's fair. And I think everybody should benefit from that. Certainly people your age, okay? But all of us could benefit from it. Obtain victim impact panel within 90 days as indicated. Obtain and maintain employment. And then this would be a reportable conviction to the Secretary of State under the driver's license number. So they'll receive an abstract of it. I don't know what they'll do on it, but they'll receive the abstract. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Folden?
No, Judge.
Ms. Holm, do you have any questions of me? All right. I would go down to the fifth floor, make sure that Mr. Sumter and you are on the same page, that that there's no misunderstandings, and I will sign this accordingly. And Ms. Holm, good luck to you. You're all set. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Folden.
Thanks, Judge, for your hospitality. Super.
Okay, have a good one.
And Mr. Williams is Mr. Harris.
Yep, and Mr. Williams is here, Your Honor.
So Mr. Williams, you can come up here. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2201-655. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Kevin. I'll make sure that is right. Kevin Charles Williams, or is it Charles Kevin Williams?
Charles Kevin Williams Jr.
Charles Kevin Williams Jr. Your appearance for the record, Mr. I just forgot your name.
Harry's?
Mr. Harry's and Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harry's.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Williams, who's standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, once again, you are Charles Calvin Williams Jr., is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for sentencing in the matter. Mr. Harris, did you have the ability to go through the pre-sentence report with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
One addition or change I would request the court make is that my client is now employed. He advises he has a job working full-time at Dollar General, where he gets paid about $600 to $700 bi-weekly.
Okay.
And then additionally, Your Honor, at the top, there's an indication that on file 21-02132, it says his probation was terminated on that file on March 7th, 2023. However, as and I realize this may be more of a semantic difference, but Mr. Williams indicates to me that on that file it was, and I confirmed this with Mr. Farnham, that it was more of an unsatisfactory discharge from probation, because while he had completed the majority of his terms of probation, he did have some fines and costs and some other violations he did plead guilty to. However, I do believe it deserves mentioning that it wasn't just a flat out termination. He was largely compliant with the terms of his probation in that case and completed most of them, as I am understanding from him.
I'll make that note. So I made that note concerning the pending, that some of the terms of probation were completed and that it was not a flat out termination, but it was terminated as not successful.
Yes.
Or it was not successfully terminated.
Yes, we will admit that it was not successfully completed, but I would like it at least mentioned that he didn't, there wasn't nothing he completed. He did complete parts of that probation.
Is there any restitution on this file, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
All right, allocution, Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor. When I was going over the pre-sentence report with my client, he indicates that regarding probation's concerns about his ability to be on probation, he is now fully employed. He's making good money. So that should allow him to participate better in programming his drops and the necessary costs involved with probation. Furthermore, he indicates that he has since had 2 children, one 8 months old and one a year old, that now he's trying to turn his life around and be a good role model for them. It's also part of the reason why he has advised he has stopped drinking and using drugs entirely and has been sober for 6 months. It seems to me that he has, that especially since the last time the court had a PSI and was about to go to sentencing on this file, that he has grown more mature, grown wiser, and is willing to participate in probation and is now more able to participate in probation. So as such, we would be requesting that the court follow the recommendation and sentence my client to the 10 months of probation, Your Honor.
Right, thank you. Anything from the city, Mr. Staples?
Your Honor, the city would just simply echo some of the concerns in the probation and pre-sentence report, and ask the court take those into consideration when crafting its sentence.
Mr. Williams, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes the sentence?
So I just want to say sorry for having to go through all this, and since the last time I seen you, when I did my last report before I did probation, you had told me start making better decisions for my 12-year-old son, or you can go learn from me. So I took that in consideration, just changed my life, turned it around.
Well, Mr. Williams, I don't know what your relationship with alcohol, but it was your BAC was high that day, okay? And whether it affects us, we do things for others when we have children. And so whatever we do, it's going to affect how they look at what we do. And like it or not, you're a role model to that child, okay? Like it or not, they look up to you, they want to be like you, and we want to do the best we can. And that part of district court is seeing if we can help that, okay? So never look at district court as a punishing court, because it's not meant to be that. It's supposed to help people, all right? And some people take advantage of the resources and some people don't. Some people need it more than others. I don't know, okay? What I do know is that you seem to be on the right track, and I think that the judgment of sentence indicates that, all right? And so I'm going to place you on probation. Okay, I'm going to do, but understand that this is the last. The less we see each other, the better, right? You must have better times to do that with your time than Monday afternoon to be in front of me. I know that's true, and you know that if I violate you, you're going to be back, and we're going to have all these discussions about you doing things in a destructive nature. And then it doesn't only affect you, it affects the people that love you. And that becomes a problem, okay? It's hard for me to have this conversation for somebody who's not a parent, because it's all about them on some level, okay? But they can see that they were parented and how they look to their parent. You're an actual parent, okay? So you know that there are people who are relying on you. There are people who are looking up to you. And that's something that it's a great thing. To me, it's the most great thing. It's also a huge responsibility, okay? It's a huge responsibility. And so I'm going to place you on probation for 10 months, no additional jail, okay? With the thought process that this is all a learning experience. We're just learning and making ourselves better. We want to be better for the future than we were in the past. That's the whole thing. And that's everybody. That's me. That's my court recorder. We want to be better the next day, right? We want to do what's better the next day. So I'm gonna have you spend 180 days in jail. credits given for 15 days. I'm going to suspend the 162 remaining.
Judge? I believe you said credit 15 days, not
15,
credit 18.
is it 18?
Yes, I believe it would be 18 because 180 minus 18 would be 160.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I just couldn't read this. So 180 days beginning, set it for day credits given for 18 days. Suspend 162 days upon successful completion of probation. That's if you violate, that's all out there, okay? I'm gonna set fines today. I'm gonna set it a little lower, but it's $250 fine, $250 cost. Crime victims' right fee is $75, state minimum cost fee at $30, at $50. And then the probation is for 10 months at $30 a month. So the grand total for that is 500 plus 125 plus 300 is 925. That's what I get. I can do it again. Let's see. 500 plus 125 plus 300 is 925. So it's probation for 10 months, pay fees at $30 per month. No assaultive or threatening behavior, no use of possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance without a prescription. Submit to random PBTs and/or urinalysis as directed by your probation agent, who looks like it'll be Jody Bayless, did the report. Submit to random PBTs at the request. No bars or nightclubs is probably a good idea because you're really relying on the behavior of others as opposed to the behavior of yourself. Complete the following rehabilitative services, pay fees, and provide proof of completion to the court. They have an outpatient substance abuse. So that'll be the outpatient that whatever you designate is familiar. And that's really just to get a notion of this was a high BAC case. And so we've got to make sure that you're going to have what your relationship is with alcohol. Okay. That's what the term of the probation is meant to decide. Are you going to have a destructive relationship or is it going to be somewhat less than that? Okay. Attend the 12-step program with written verification as directed. Attend vehicle impact panel within 90 days with verification. Not purchase or possess firearms, ammunitions, or weapons of any kind. Obtain and seek employment, which you already have. So I'm going to circle maintain employment since you're employed now, sir. A Secretary of State. This is reportable to Secretary of State under the driving license, so that it will be abstracted. They will get a copy of this, and they'll do what they do. It's a different governmental agency. Any questions concerning the judgment of sentence, Mr. Harris?
Just one thing, I guess, for purposes of the record, I believe you might have said vehicle impact panel, Your Honor.
Yeah, it is victim impact panel.
Thank you.
Yeah, victim impact panel within 90 days with verification, and attend the 12-step program with written verification as directed. Those two, let's make those clear. Do you have any questions of me, Mr. Williams, about that judgment of sentence?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Staples, any questions concerning the judgment of sentence?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Oh, yes.
Are you assessing the LPD fine of $575.30?
I'm not, I am.
Thank you.
Because they have, so that is so LPD is requesting a restitution amount of $575.30. That's what that number was. And then 300 for probation, 50 for state minimum costs, crime debt victims' rights fee of 75, and then 500 for fines and costs. I come out with 1,530. Let me do that again. So that's 500 fines and costs, 75 of crime victims' rights fee, state minimum cost fee of 50, probation of 300, and then this is the weird number, 575.30 is the $1,500.30.
Yeah. I have a thing.
All right. Yeah, because this one's got writing all over it. All right, so that'll be the restitution that you be paid over the 10 months time. That'll be the $1,500.30.
All right.
All right. I would go down to the 5th floor and just make sure that you and Ms. Bayless are on the same page for probation. Anything else for the record in docket 2201655, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
Good luck to you, Mr. Williams. You're all set.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you might need this.
I'll walk you down the probation. We are all set. Thank you, Your Honor.
You
Have a great
are
day.
too, Mr. Staples. Thank you. There we go. I include her anytime I speak about this bench. She has to put up with it, so.
Yes. My job. That one I was able to type. I was like, they're never gonna read this.
Well, it just had a lot of writing on it.
Yeah, I know, and I have a hard time reading this.
All right. I have a 2 o'clock with Vantisha Skipwith. Juana Gonzalez. So that you're 2:30.
Yes.
All right. And then Monique Brown, Aziz Thacker. What case are you here on?
I'm here for last year. Nobody has contacted me back for a long time, so I don't know. I know he told me if he got the paperwork to not come, but I haven't heard.
Were you here on LAFQ Mariah Head? Yes. My understanding is that's been dismissed, or that at least the show cause was put away. Let's look it up for you.
Yeah, because we were supposed to work out an arrangement and he's been out of office, I guess. And
He has.
somebody that was covering for
20,
him.
let's see, Mr. Truba's here. That number is 22, because I didn't have it on, it'd been scratched from the docket. So
Okay.
22-01-823. And I think that's a Mr. Smith.
Yes, sir. I got a paper for my old job, so that's when I figured he was out of office because he was supposed to have my Centas job for the payment to come out. So I just came because I didn't know, I didn't hear anything.
Here simply indicates that the motion to show cause was adjourned. Perhaps Mr. Smith got what he wanted. They can go down to the fifth floor, and they may be able to give him a little bit more information, as I believe they have the file.
So it was scratched off our docket, all right? So you should go down to the 5th floor to find out what happened to the case. The motion to show cause was dismissed because they'd received something from you that they thought that they needed.
Yeah.
So go down, and the last stop is also to contact LAFQ, whoever's handling the case, just to see what they need. But it was taken off our docket, so you're all set as far as we are concerned.
Okay.
All right.
I had to be sure.
All right, that's a good idea. It really is.
Yeah, I left work, so okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good day.
You too. And then, are you Miss Skipwith? No, you're Miss Gonzalez. Mr. Skipwith is here. I don't think that they're here. So. Mr. Truba, do you expect Miss Skipwith here? Because this really had to do with the order that was submitted.
Judge, I'll be perfectly frank. We received the notice of, our notice of hearing just said motion. So I'm not really
Correct.
sure what the hearing.
Here, I think
relates
I can explain it to you, and then if you can explain it to me, fine, but this is what happened on this. So we're on the record in docket 24-07140. I do not expect Ms. Skipwith to be here. This was the civil department contacted myself indicating that they had a problem with your proof of service, all right? And the proof of service indicated, Mr. Truba, that proof of service was made by certified mail and then responded by certified mail. And they were asking what all the GPS fee, the photo fee, and the other fees were. And I'm like, I don't know, but that doesn't sound to me to be the postal service fees. And so we set it for hearing at the request that the civil department wanted to know how these are broken down. And that was the problem. The problem was I would not sign off on the proof of service until the civil department was indicated what the additional $45, the GPS fee, the photo fee, and the postal fee stood for. I would assume I know what the mailing fee is because you mailed certified, and then the service fee is from the proof of service operator. But I don't know what the GPS, photo, and postal fee were.
Judge, I suspect it most likely has to do, they had to go out there and try to serve the defendant prior
See,
to.
I
an
would
order
say
for
too, but
alternate
there's no
service.
personal service on the proof of service. It says registered, it was served by registered mail and then returned signed by affidavit. So she signed the affidavit. So I don't know any, it wasn't clarified for me in any ways. So I would indicate I'd have a hearing and then I'd sign what I think is appropriate. But I wanted to have you given the opportunity to explain what the GPS fee, the photo fee, and the additional $10 postal fee, because it's a $67 total fee, but the actual fees are about $26.
Right, Judge, and I tend to agree with you. I think the process server inadvertently stamped that on there because they previously went out there and tried to serve her, and normally the GPS and photo fee would apply to that. But I agree with the court. She was served by certified mail, so the mailing fee and the postal fee and whatnot is probably the correct fees that should be on that proof of service.
All right, so if you submit an order to that effect, I'll sign that order once submitted, and then we should be all set. I mean,
Okay,
if you
Judge.
have any, yeah, I wanted, if I was missing something, I wanted to have you the opportunity to explain to me. But if not, or you could clarify it as an attachment to the order. But that's how I see it, and so I will sign that with a new order.
Okay, Judge, we'll get a new proposed order out to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Truba. You're all set. I should pull up Andres sometime, huh? So you're the interpreter for Jaker?
Aziz, yeah.
Aziz, okay. All right. I didn't expect to skip. Ms. Francis, you're here for LVNV funding.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, I have Ms. Gonzalez here. Ms. Gonzalez, you can have a seat. And then, Mr. Dean, what case are you here on?
Your Honor, I'm here on the Sun Home Services case.
All right, and Ms. Brown's here on that case. All right, they're both up for pretrial, so let's go ahead and call. We'll call Ms. Francis, we'll call your case, and we'll call the Sun Home case after that. And then we have the interpreter on Mr. Thaker here, but we don't have Aziz Thaker or Discover Bank is also supposed to be here. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-06059. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? That's LVNV Funding versus Juana Gonzalez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Ms. Francis?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Navjot Francis on behalf of Plaintiff's Attorney of Record, P72322.
And ma'am, you are Juana Maria Gonzalez, is that correct? All right, thank you. All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. And then I will give you Ms. Navjot, Ms. Francis, and Ms. Gonzalez. I'll give you some options here. The first option, I would give it pretrial. I don't know if Ms. Francis, you've had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Gonzalez. We can put her on an iPad and put her in a room and you can talk about some of this legal issues that led to the filing of this complaint, this pretrial. We're set for pretrial. Ms. Francis, you could also discuss with Ms. Gonzalez the pretrial, whether you want to fill out the form and send it to her or how you want to work that. Or we can put on the record after, if the parties choose to meet, we can come back and put on the record any pretrial. I can go ahead and fill it out with the parties' information. Generally, the information is what we agreed to is a 90-day or some type of discovery proceeding that lasts 90 days for discovery purposes. And then we hold in abeyance a motion for summary disposition if the plaintiff is choosing to file that. Those are usually the type of topics that we're looking for in regards to the sentence, to the adjudication of this matter. Ms. Francis, did you want to meet with Ms. Gonzalez?
I would leave that up to Ms. Gonzalez. If she would like to meet with me, I would be happy to do so.
Ms. Gonzalez, would you like to meet with Ms. Francis? She's a legal representative of LVNV Funding concerning this matter. If you have any questions, that might be a person to talk to. You are not represented by counsel today, so you might want to speak with her to see if there's any resolution, or I can just fill out the pretrial statement. We're set for pretrial today.
Appointment? Sorry? I have appointment.
You want to talk to my court officer?
I think so, because I don't know.
No, that I think he is the defendant for another matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the interpreter right there.
Oh, not for me?
Not for you.
But I asked because I need it. I needed one because I don't have idea who is that. I don't have idea.
You need an interpreter, ma'am?
Yes, of course.
Did you?
Because it's better for me, you know.
All right. So Miss Francis, Miss Gonzalez is indicating she needs an interpreter today. That she needs an interpreter. I don't have anything that would indicate that an interpreter was previously asked for. But this is the first time we've met for pretrial. I'm assuming Spanish, ma'am. Spanish would be a preferred interpreter language?
Yes.
Ms. Francis, did you have any indication that Ms. Gonzalez would need an interpreter today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So let's adjourn this pretrial hearing.
Oh, it actually says in JIS. I don't know why one was not scheduled.
That I can't answer. So we did have a translator was supposed to be here. They're not here.
My friend, she come back.
I need somebody to do it legally. Yeah.
All right.
So Ms. Francis, let me go on to the other pretrial because we still are early here. We've still got about 15 minutes to see if a translator shows up.
Right.
So let's sit back there and wait. And Ms. Francis, I'll call your case at 2:45.
Oh, okay,
Thank you, Judge.
Right. You're welcome. And then is there a Monique Brown? So Mr. Dean, there's Monique. Okay. So let's go on the record in that case, since we have all the participants. And that is Sun Home. So we're on the record in 2408646. That's Sun Home Services Incorporated versus Monique Brown. Appearances for the record, Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michael Dean, P81730 for the plaintiff.
And ma'am, you are Monique Brown, is that correct? You're gonna have to, I didn't hear that. So, Miss Brown, I can't hear you. Yeah, I'm not registering any sound from your microphone. No. I have an indication that you're hooked to audio, but I can't hear anything, and there's nothing indicating that sound's coming from your microphone. We get a light that lights up when you speak, and I can't hear you, and your light's not lighting up. So, Mr. Dean, we seem that we're going to have a technological issue because I can't hear Miss Brown. And I do have her registered as she's hooked to audio, but I don't hear anything from the microphone, or well, you can kind of see the same thing I'm seeing.
Yeah.
So Miss Brown, technology is not working for us today. You're on iPhone. Okay, I got you on iPhone. So maybe I can hear you on iPhone.
Are you able?
I'm able to hear. Yes, I'm able to hear you now, ma'am.
Okay, I just turned off my computer, so I'm on my phone.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
For whatever
Sorry.
reason, we couldn't hear you through your through the computer, but we can hear you through the phone, and that's the
Okay.
most important thing.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
So, ma'am, you are Monique Brown, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
All right, and Clarence Brown is not with you.
No,
I
he
have
is
Clarence
not.
Brown. Okay. All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter, Mr. Dean. And let's see. I don't have as previously indicated that we met. So, Mr. Dean, you can do one of the followings. I'll give you the same options that I gave Miss Francis. You can meet with Miss Brown in a breakout room. I can put you there in order for you to discuss some of the legal issues that led to the filing of this complaint. That you can talk. And then if you decide that you'd rather do a pretrial statement that you both see and that you're both familiar with, you can go ahead and submit it to the court, and I'll await the pretrial statement. I can also sign one while we're all here. I can fill out a pretrial statement, and as indicated before, it's usually the purposes are the 90-day discovery and then holding back a motion for summary disposition. But I'll let you decide that. Mr. Dean, did you want to speak with Miss Brown?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to speak with Ms. Brown if she's willing.
Ms. Brown, would you be amenable to speaking with Mr. Dean in a breakout room?
Yes, I would be willing to do that.
All right. So, Mr. Dean, I'm going to have you placed in. I'm going to place you in room 1, and we'll come back and put it on the record. And then, Ms. Brown, I'm also going to have you placed in room 1.
Okay.
All right, it's Salem for Discover Bank.
Yes, ready, Your Honor.
All right. All right, and then Mr. Thacker and the interpreter can come up here.
Actually, his last name is Aziz, first name Thacker.
First name Thacker, okay. Thank you. All right, and to the interpreter, let me, what is your first name and last name? And you can spell them both for the record.
Edward, Edward, last name Eid, Eid.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that will truly, accurately, and partially interpret the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications? So if you've got under the penalty of perjury.
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you, sir. Just let me know if I get going too fast or anything along those lines.
I will.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-08806. And that is Discover Bank versus Thacker Aziz. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Salem.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, or I should say good afternoon. William Saloom, P41487, appearing on behalf of plaintiff.
And sir, you are, it's the first name Thacker?
Thacker, yeah.
Thacker Aziz.
Aziz. Nah, it's
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. And so, Mr. Salem and Mr. Thacker, I'll provide you some options you have today for the pretrial of this pretrial civil proceeding. Mr. Salem, we do have an interpreter here, and so if you want to meet with Mr. Aziz in a breakout room to discuss some of the legal issues surrounding this civil complaint, I'll see if he's willing to meet with you. We can place him on an iPad, and see if that'll help out.
Yeah, with an interpreter, I think that would be a good idea if we could.
All right.
Meet.
Yes, Your Honor, I would.
Yeah, so, all right, so you'd be amenable to getting on an iPad and speaking with Mr. Salem? But with the interpreter present? All right. All right, so let's do that. Mr. Salem, what I'm gonna do, and we can always fill out a pretrial statement if we need to. Usually a discovery and some type of motion for summary disposition are next, but we'll worry about that once we come back on the record, okay?
Fair enough. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Salome, I'm gonna have you're gonna go to room 2, and then we'll put the iPad, if you follow my court officer with your interpreter, we'll put him in a room with the iPad, and you can talk to Mr. Salome. All right, thank you. There's Megan. In room 2. Is this for? I have 2 of these now.
The same person?
Yep. For the last case. I think those are both consecutive. All right, and then Ms. Gonzalez, are you the interpreter for Ms. Gonzalez, or are you a friend of Ms. Gonzalez's? Let's wait 6 minutes. We might be able to use you to interpret because we don't have an interpreter today, but let's wait about 6 minutes and see if the interpreter shows up. All right, ma'am?
Yes, thank you.
So, Ms. Francis, I'm going to call that in about 6 minutes, all right?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. So I could probably use one.
I could probably speak to the defendant in a breakout room in the meantime with her interpreter.
We're with interpreter. Do we have another iPad we can use?
You know, I don't know if it's charged or not because the one charger in our office is not working.
So let's see if it's charged or not. We may have another iPad to put her on, but we don't know. So we're gonna check to see that that iPad works. If not, Miss Francis, that's a good idea. All right.
Okay, thank you.
So I will, when they're done with that one, I'll go give that to criminal clerks.
All right. So what are you gonna call that one?
This one is, I'm gonna put Flores.
Flores iPad?
Yeah,
And then the other one's just called iPad.
yeah. Yeah, they must have made, I think they updated it. Maybe they just threw that extra one in here.
All right. So Miss Francis, you will get a prompt to go. You're gonna get a prompt to go to room 3. And then we found the iPad and we're gonna put Miss, and I don't have her the interpreter's name, but she's interpreting for Miss Gonzalez. It's a friend of hers, is that right? All right. So you'll have some assistance with translation. But if you follow my court officer, she'll take you and give you some privacy and take you to a room. And then Miss Francis, I'm gonna have you put in room 3.
Thank you.
Yeah, I need to go.
Yeah, you need to go too, Miss Gonzalez.
Thank you very much. That's all. My head doesn't count.
3. And then, so I placed you in room 3, Miss Francis. And let's assign the iPad to room 3. All right, so we're back on the record in 24-08646. That is Sun Home Services versus Monique Brown. And Mr. Dean, did you have the opportunity to speak with Ms. Brown in a breakout room?
Yes, I did, Your Honor. We had a very productive conversation. However, we have not reached an agreement today. We will continue to do so. However, at this time, I'd request a standard scheduling order.
All right, so I have here, in the meantime, my court reporter gave to me a pretrial statement. I'll end it to the record. I'll read it into the record. This is on case 24-08806. Pretrial conference was held on March 3rd. Appearing plaintiff was, no, this is the wrong one. 8646. These are all 8806.
Yeah, it was confusing me too.
So that this is, I have the right. These are all messed up. Let's see, Sun Home. All right, here's Sun Home. And Sun Home has 24-8646.
That's right.
I know it's right because I just read it off the docket. Pretrial conference was held on March 3rd, 2025. Appearing for the plaintiff was Michael Dean. And the defendant was Monique Brown. And Mr. Dean, I'm assuming at this point in time, since we've had settlement discussions, you're waiving the appearance of Clarence Brown? Because Clarence Brown is not here, and
I believe there was a default against him.
Okay, I don't know that. So if there's a default against Clarence Brown that was previously signed, then he should not be part of, it should just be Monique Brown. All right. So I'm going to indicate that for whatever reason, his name is on the on base on the filing system, and I'm going to remove it from the filing system. I have this as, is this a creditor-debtor relationship or a breach of contract, or both?
Breach of contract for a residential lease agreement.
All right, I have the motions for summary dispositions and response have been held. And then discovery set at 90 days out, I would think, Mr. Dean and Ms. Brown. That's what we generally do.
60 would be fine, but we can do 90 if that's the usual.
All right, so it's set, the cutoff date for discovery is June 2nd, 2025. The consolidation of cases is written in the negative. I put an NA next to admission of fact, exhibit, expert witnesses, and damages. Since you won't know any of that information until after discovery, I put not applicable next to any of those. Has either side paid for a jury trial in this, Mr. Dean?
No, Your
Honor. Ms. Brown, have you paid for a jury trial here?
No.
All right, so this remains a bench trial, and I would estimate maybe 1 day for it.
Yes.
Half a day, probably.
Okay. All right.
An hour.
All right. So the settlements on ongoing negotiations are continuing. I'm going to indicate no on both evaluation and for mediation. So the only thing I've done here for the pretrial statement, besides correcting the case number and some of the parties, is I've indicated that the motion for summary disposition and response may be anticipated, may not. And the and discovery will be cut off on June 2nd. Is that your understanding, Mr. Dean?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Dean, do I have your permission to sign this via Zoom?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And Ms. Brown, do I have permission to sign this via Zoom?
Yes.
I will sign this pretrial statement accordingly as district court judge on today's date, which is 3/3/2025. All right, and we will sign and scan the original, and then it'll get set by the civil department as far as the next stage of this. But the pretrial statement should be all set, and we'll get a pretrial statement sent to each litigation party. Anything else for the record in 248646, Mr. Brown or Mr. Dean?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Brown, do you have any questions of me?
No, I don't. I do not.
All right, you should be all set today. Thank you for your appearance. We'll make sure this is signed and scanned into the e-file.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Have a good day.
You too.
I really messed that up. You want to sign a clean?
No, that's fine. Let's add that. The next book was Discover Bank. I think Miss Francis has joined us.
Yes, Your Honor, I don't know if you have my case, but.
All right. All right, so
Sorry, I didn't have Discover.
we're going to call your case as soon as we're done with this one, Miss Francis. And I think in the breakout rooms, I think we leapfrogged a little bit. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2408-806. That's Discover Bank versus Baker Aziz. And Mr. Salam, did you have the opportunity to speak with an interpreter in a breakout room with Baker Aziz?
I did, Your Honor, and we don't have it resolved, but I was able to give Mr. Aziz a phone number to our office through the interpreter, and either he or his debt company, he mentioned also having possibly a debt company that might be working with him to resolve his debts. Either one is welcome to contact our office and try to resolve. We went through a couple things, and I don't know if it isn't resolved now, but we'll try to work towards resolving it if we can.
All right, so let's do this. I'm gonna edit that. This is 8806. Let's go ahead and fill out the pretrial sheet. And this is wrong too. I think I've got 8806. All right, so let's go ahead and do the pretrial statement. This is for a pretrial that is held today on March 3rd, 2025. On 2408-806. All right. Appearing for the plaintiff was William Saloom.
Yes, Your Honor, from the office of Buckles and Buckles.
All right, and the defendant was in pro per was Baker Aziz. with interpreter. The issues that led us to being here, this discovery would be a breach of contract. Is that correct, Mr. Saloom?
That is correct, Your Honor. A retail credit card account breach of contract. Yes.
All right. All right, we will keep in abeyance or wait for the motion for summary disposition and response if necessary. And then we will set discovery. I'm gonna put a negative on consolidation, and then I put not applicable as a bunch of stuff that we have, but you wouldn't know that stuff till after discovery. So discovery is set for 90 days at June 2nd for 2025. And then next to admissions of fact, I put not applicable. Exhibits are not applicable. Expert witness is not applicable. Damages were pled for. Joinder of claims, there's no joinder of claims. Is that correct, Mr. Saloom?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Has anybody from the plaintiff has anybody paid the jury trial fee?
I'm not aware, Your Honor. I don't think we would have asked for it.
I don't think you have, Mr. Saloom, and I don't believe Mr. Aziz has either.
For the jury, Your Honor?
Yeah, jury fee. Okay. All right, so we'll set it at bench trial, and we'll estimate 1 day at this time for the bench trial.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, I would even suggest half a day would be sufficient.
Okay. All right, a possibility of settlement, our negotiations are ongoing, and I'm putting a negative as to the set for case evaluation. I'm also putting a negative down for the set for mediation. So the only thing the pretrial statement covers is the June 2nd cutoff date for discovery, and that we've held in abeyance a motion for summary disposition and response.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there, and may I sign this on your behalf, Mr. Saloom, via Zoom?
Yes, you may, Your Honor. Your Honor, do we have a return date?
It'll be set by the civil department.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, so the answer is yes, but I won't set it.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor.
And then Mr. Aziz, may I sign the document, the pre-trial document? It only indicates that the discovery cutoff date for discovery is June 2nd, and that we've kept back any response for motion for summary disposition. In actuality, Megan, I'll just he can sign it because he's in person here. I act like everybody's via Zoom and they're not. So
defendant or
yeah, under defendant, and I've only put the discovery cutoff date and hold in abeyance the motion for summary disposition. All right, with that understanding, I will also sign the document. All right, we will sign and scan the original. You'll get a new date from the civil department, and then you'll get a copy of this for your records. All right, sir? Anything else for the record in docket 2408-806, Mr. Saloom?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Thacker, do you have any questions of me?
No.
You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance. You wait for a copy and I'll make sure that you get one. Thank you for your assistance today.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Thank you. And then Ms. Gonzalez, you can come up here. And then interpreter, you can help us out here.
Thank you.
So we ordered one, but it didn't show up. But just for purposes of having everybody on the same page, I'm going to use you as an interpreter, but I'm not going to swear you in or anything. All right, since you're not being paid for your work or anything. Okay. All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-06059.
Yes.
Good afternoon,
That's the
Your Honor.
docket number.
Yes.
And Miss Francis, your appearance for the record.
Navjot Francis on behalf of plaintiff's attorney of record.
All right. And then, oh, let's cancel this one. And ma'am, you are Juana Maria Gonzalez. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Right. And then ma'am, you're helping us with translation. What's your, if you could
Sarah.
spell both your first name and last name for the record.
Sarah, Sarah. Torrealba, Torrealba.
Okay. All right, this is the time set for pre-trial in this matter, and you can explain anything she needs or translate anything, just let me know, okay? So, and if I get going a little fast, just let me know, all right? All right, and Miss Francis, did you have the opportunity to speak with Miss Gonzalez in a breakout room?
I did, Your Honor. We were not able to come to any resolution, so I would just ask for a scheduling order.
All right, and did you want me to fill out the pretrial statement? I have one kind of pretty much filled out that we could go through, and then I would provide a copy to Miss Gonzalez so she could take it from here. Would that be your preference today, Miss Francis?
Yes, Judge, it was pretty hard to communicate in the breakout room, so it would be great if you could do it.
Did you want another pretrial with an interpreter actually here, or we can keep,
no,
we can set this for discovery.
Sorry.
We can just set our dates today.
I think she I'm assuming she has understood what I was trying to tell her. So I think we're just not going to come to a resolution, and we would be proceeding with discovery and probably a motion for summary. So I don't think we need another retrial.
All right. All right. So ma'am, if you could explain, you understand that you're not able to come to a resolution, and so we're just going to set some dates today. Do you know what I mean, or do you?
She no understand why received this letter because never she have car.
All right. And so we need a translator, okay? Because we're gonna have to put this all on the record. Yeah. So Miss Francis, we're probably gonna need a translator because she's disputing the fact that anything on the underlying claim, and I wouldn't know how to explain that to the translator, and I'm not sure this translator knows how to explain that to her.
I understand.
So let's go ahead and, because we're definitely going to need a translator because this pretrial statement, we set discovery issues. We make expert witness not applicable. All that needs to be explained to her. And I'm not certain my Spanish is good enough, and I'm not certain I should be doing it. And I'm not sure that I'm not sure the translator can do it all. So let's get an interpreter here.
I agree, Judge.
So that's just better to be safe. So let's set this free trial, and I'll reset it, and we'll order a translator. So we'll adjourn this pre-trial. And you're gonna get a second pre-trial date that you have, and we're gonna have a legal translator here. And then we're gonna do this all on the record, all right?
All right, thank you very much.
Right. So we'll set pre-trial, we'll adjourn it to March 25th at 3 o'clock. So Miss Francis, you have that March 25th at 3 o'clock date?
Yes, Judge. Would plaintiff be able to appear by Zoom still?
Yes. Yeah, you can appear by Zoom. The translator will have to be here live, and then Ms. Gonzalez, you'll have to be here live, so we get you caught up with the translator. And then if we meet on that date, at least the translator, we can come back and put it on the record. It's a little bit more problematic now.
Right.
Just because we have to explain why you're here and what we're doing.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
So it's set for March 25th at 3 o'clock. Ms. Francis, you can appear by Zoom. I've indicated Ms. Gonzalez can show up with the translator. Anything else for the record in 24-06059, Ms. Francis?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Gonzalez, do you have any questions of me?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
All right.
We'll see you on that March 25th date.
Okay.
Thank you for your appearance
All
today.
right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Francis. I don't think they have the skill set to.
No.
And it's already started when she starts disputing the allegation and we're at pre-trial. She's got to know why she's here.
As you can see, I had already had it ready to go.
Oh, I didn't, the pre-trial statement?
No, the interpreter and the date.
Yeah, that's not. So let's do, so 606-06059. We held that and that one is adjourned.
I just think as soon as they say the word interpreter, find a new date.
And discovery. Let's see, and then the Thacker case. I think we worked that one out. Or that one, let's see.
We did the statement and they're gonna set it. You think Megan might be safe tomorrow? She hasn't been tagged to go anywhere yet.
Trial statement done, understand. Yes. All right. So Megan, you don't have to go anywhere tomorrow as of right now.
So good.
All right.